Udah sih kamu.
Hmm.
Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September the 24th, 2025. The time is 8:53. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as the chairperson today. My colleagues on today's panel are on Zoom, Jerry Ledoux and Steve Prater. The panel today is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Headquarters staff, please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes.
Francis Abbott.
Okay. Today our remote location is Avoyelles, Marksville. And it's, let's see. If there are any staff in the room, please introduce yourself for the record. Do you have anybody with you, sir? Okay, you need to introduce yourself. Staff in the room, please introduce yourself for the record.
Warden Eric Salas Sr.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, for the record, Mr. Johnson, will you introduce yourself for the record and your DOC number?
This is Cornell Pierce, man. Y'all have Memphis Johnson also?
Do I have the wrong person, y'all?
We have two. So you need Memphis Johnson first?
Yes, sir.
Are you Memphis Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, for the record, will you introduce yourself and give your DOC number, please?
Memphis Johnson, 719369.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, did you get a questionnaire that, to sign for this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so according to this questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. You understand that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't retain counsel.
No, ma'am.
Okay, the person that's gonna take the lead on your case today is Ms. Ledoux, and she's gonna read your violations to you, and she will ask you for a plea of guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty, or not guilty with a statement. Ms. Ledoux, are you ready?
Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning.
It's been alleged that you've violated your conditions of parole, and I'm going to read those out to you. Number 4, condition number 4, on or about May 10th, 2025, you were arrested by the Avoyelles Parish Sheriff's Office in commission of the offense of felony domestic abuse battery with child endangerment. However, this charge was later billed as domestic abuse child endangerment. And on August 20, 2025, you pled guilty to the reduced charge, a misdemeanor of domestic abuse battery first offense. You were sentenced to serve 6 months in the Avoyelles Parish Jail. It was suspended. You were placed on 2 years misdemeanor probation with added special conditions, pay fines and court costs, and complete 6 domestic violence classes, pay $50 per month supervision fee. How do you plead on that?
I pled guilty to it.
Okay. Number 10, you're currently $252 in arrears on your supervision fee.
Yes, ma'am.
You have been on parole supervision since 2019, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you have paid every month, it looks like, except for this last little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
During this, what is that, 6 years almost of supervision, have you had any other sanctions against you? Have you ever been written up?
No, ma'am. I've never been in trouble since I got out.
That's what I also found. Okay, I've read the police reports. I've read your wife's statements. Is she going to be joining us today?
Yeah, she's, I see half of her.
Okay. Okay. I would, before I begin asking you questions, I would like to hear from her. since she's present and wishes to speak.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, Ms. Smith, you can go ahead, please. You're Megan Smith?
Yes, ma'am, currently Megan Johnson.
Megan Johnson, okay. Right, you can go ahead and speak, please.
Currently we are in a situation to where everything is falling upon me to have to pay stuff, and me supporting our 4 kids. I do not make enough, and without him working, it has been a complete struggle. We currently have a job lined up for him to leave out on Friday to go to California.
Megan, how many times have the police been called for domestic problems in the past?
None. This is the first time.
Okay. I understand the financial strain. Are you fearful? Because in the arrest report, I got a different impression.
Yes,
So,
ma'am. I'm not fearful. I want to work this out completely with him. We have agreed to counseling, marriage counseling, and family counseling. We've agreed to take the classes together to try to better ourselves in the situation.
thank you for those
Yes.
comments. Mr. Johnson, I appreciate your conduct while you've been on supervision. It does concern me. Any type of violence like this concerns me. Can you tell me how you could handle this situation better next time? Oh, I'm sorry. The PMP officer needs to speak. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Good morning, ma'am. Officer Ethan Gia with Probation and Parole, Alexandria District. You have any specific questions for me?
Have you had any problems with Mr. Johnson?
No, ma'am, I have not. He's been a model case, honestly. He stays in communication and does what he needs to do. And it was, to be honest, somewhat really a surprise learning of the arrest in multiple visits to the home residence at random. Was not something that I would have expected. And I will add that his wife, Miss Megan Johnson, has been entirely consistent with her statements as she's given them today, from the very first phone call or meeting with me following the arrest to this hearing today.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. And that's consistent with your notes.
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you for being thorough. I read your 6 years worth of notes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I would like to ask you what you can do in the future should this type of problem crop up again.
Well, we had talked, and we hope this never happens again, for one, but we can walk away from one another, or just, I don't know, just talk about it, or just go grocery shopping, just find something else to do than a little small argument.
I don't have any further questions. I've read the file and and confirmed with the interview today confirms my suspicions. So I have no further questions.
Mr. Prater?
I'm just not quite certain which way to go on this after hearing all that. Why all of a sudden was there a physical? There's never been a physical altercation. Why all of a sudden was there one?
We had a small argument and just it got heated. Instead of walking away, we just kept arguing, and that's what it led to. mean,
Hey, has there anything changed in y'all's relationship? I hate to ask such a personal question, but we on this board have a lot on the line if we let you out and something happens to your wife, that we've made the wrong decision. Is there anything changed? Y'all getting a divorce or anything, or?
no, sir. We plan on being together to the day we die.
Is that correct, Ms. Price? I mean, excuse me, Ms. Johnson? Is that what you think, Ms. Johnson, or am I getting that?
Is she muted?
Yes. Ms. Johnson, what do you say about y'all's relationship?
We have our ups and downs, but I plan on being with this man until we both go in the grave. I
Okay.
plan on raising our kids together, grandkids in the future.
Okay. All right. I wanted to hear that part of it to make sure that there was not something I was missing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Can y'all leave Mr. Johnson unmuting? Because I have some questions. I was reading from the report here, and I worked with a lot of ladies that were victims of domestic violence. And some of the things that we saw, they call it a power and control wheel. Get that kind of thing in marriage counseling. You really have to, it has to be a domestic violence class, okay? Ms. Johnson, are you able to hear me when I'm saying this
Yes.
stuff?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, so you talk about your ups and downs, and the DA was very concerned about all of this.
Yes, ma'am.
So here's what it said. DA Riddle spoke with offender as well as the wife, the victim in the case, regarding the request to dismiss or reduce the charge. I received information from these conversations and report that there has been an ongoing domestic violence in the home, and the offender is controlling of the money in the relationship. Johnson said he and his wife planned to attend marriage counseling. DA Riddle was undecided on reducing the charge in this case. Offender was arraigned for the charge, and then you had a trial and everything. So, and you just said y'all have y'all's ups and downs. I had ladies in my office that they said the same thing, and then they were in there later for a protective order that I had to put on my uniform with a gun and take them to the clerk of courts to get that, because, you know, it had escalated over a period of time. Now, this just wasn't just a small, tell me that day, the way I read it, that he pushed you back hard off of that. Tell me about the injuries. This wasn't a little misunderstanding.
I didn't sustain any injuries. I had mud on me, and I cleaned up everything. He ended up leaving. My grandfather ended up calling the cops because I had called my grandfather to be with me. And I didn't have a scratch, a bruise, or anything. I should have let him walk away when he tried walking away, but it just kept escalating. I was very frustrated more than anything. But I have started seeking help myself to try to figure out what's going on with me. And I plan on him trying to seek some help also so that we can both better everything.
You didn't just get mud on you. How did that happen?
Where we were when the incident occurred, we were by a trailer,
Right,
and we were both in each other's face, and he had shoved me off, and I got up and I started hitting him because I was mad, I was upset,
right,
and it had escalated to a point to where he had threw me on the ground.
right.
And the officers had seen my clothes muddy. And they asked if I had any scratches or bruises. I told them no.
Okay, so he pushed you back. You didn't just trip and fall or anything like that.
No, ma'am. And we have constantly talked about this since Monday, the 12th. We have talked every day trying to figure out what is the best route for us to try to make everything work, make this not happen again, try to fix both our anger issues.
Well, I'm gonna suggest that just for you, that you can contact, the Coalition Against Domestic Violence. They have brochures. And one of the things, like I said, is Power and Control Wheel. And I had ladies that kind of minimized after they were hurt by their partner. The fact that he controls the money, and that was mentioned and stuff like that. That's the kind of thing that shows up on this Power and Control Wheel. And a lot of times when I would the brochures, and they would come back to me and say, you know, they needed the help. So I would suggest, this is not something you have to do, but I would suggest that you contact the coalition, which that's not a legal thing, and you get the brochures and talk to somebody about that, because it's a different kind of crime. So that's all I have to say.
May I ask a question? Was alcohol involved, or was this a factor in the situation?
No, ma'am, alcohol was not involved. This was about between 9 and 11 in the morning.
Okay, but has alcohol been a factor in your ups and downs?
Whenever we argue, it is over little bitty things. We kind of get tedious a little bit, but we've learned whenever we do start arguing to just kind of leave it be. Alcohol sometimes is, and he has agreed to slow it down if it's involving it, to where we do have a few drinks on the weekend, but other than that, it's not constant.
I have no further questions.
I have another one. If he's about to go to California for a job, how are we going to do this domestic violence training or domestic violence courses and your marital counseling if he's in California?
The counselor I have has agreed to do Zoom meetings with us. I would be with her, and we could Zoom meet with him. I do try to plan on getting him to the class, one of the classes at least this week, if he's able to come home, to try to start that. And then when he is able to get home, which they should be home in December, then I plan on him finishing them up, and us finishing them up together when he gets home.
Okay.
For the probation officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so a domestic violence class, the domestic violence offender program, that would be something that you would see about, right? If that was made a condition, which that's different from what you're saying, seeing a marriage counselor. It's a different kind of, it specifically addresses physical injuries, emotional injuries, things like that goes on.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. And there, of course, within AVOYELLES, there's a regular provider that takes care of such court-approved classes.
Yes.
And if further was needed, of course, would be, as with any case, submitted by activity report to the board for further added special conditions in the future if necessary. But there are capable and competent providers within this area, as well as the entire area of Alexandria District.
Did want to know that.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, is there any other questions?
I will just add, as I missed earlier, she mentioned, and Memphis mentioned the job in California. That's not something that just came up out of the blue. It is something that, due to his line of work, doing turnarounds has been, he knew that was a potential job coming up from before the arrest. So it's not something that they just found like a new job. It's something that we've talked about before, and in the normal course of his employment.
Okay. Instruction. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, is there anything you would like to say before we vote?
I could promise you that nothing like this will never happen again. and I love my wife, and we're gonna get a lot better and get through with parole and the probation part, and hopefully the reason why we want this job so much is so we can buy us a new house, bigger house for our kids.
Thank you much. Okay, at this time, is the panel ready to vote? Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Prater, are you ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux, you're the lead today.
Mr. Johnson, because of your steady history of supervision, my vote is to not revoke you, do not revoke. To note that you and your spouse should take marriage classes together, and the offender should take domestic abuse violence classes separately. I'm very impressed with your supervision. Marriage is tough. There are ups and downs, but I think that you can get on the right path. So that's my vote today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Prater?
Concur with everything Ms. Ledoux said.
I also concur with Ms. Ledoux. So, today, sir, you have not been revoked. And, there will be special conditions. It was added for the domestic violence, offender program for you. And y'all are already attending marriage counseling. And as Ms. Ledoux said, that is to continue. So this concludes our business today. No. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September the 24th, 2025. The time is 9:25. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as chair of today's parole panel. My colleagues on the panel will be on Zoom, and they are Jerry Ledoux and Steve Prater. Staff at the facility, which is AVOYELLES MARKSVILLE. Will you please introduce yourselves for the record?
Father Senior.
Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Pierce, will you introduce yourself and your DOC number for the record, please?
Cornell Pierce, 473-989.
Okay. Mr. Pierce, for the record, I'm going to read some information and then you're going to tell me if it's correct. Okay, you just stated your name and DOC number. You're a fourth class offender. You have a parole eligibility date of 4/5/2023. Your adjusted date is your adjusted good time date is 11/23/2034. Your full-time date is 8/25/2025. You were sentenced to a total of 20 years. Is all that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and your charges were conspiracy to distribute cocaine, habitual offender, count 2, possession with intent to distribute marijuana, count 27, racketeering, count 1, conspiracy to distribute heroin and marijuana, count 3, possession with intent to distribute cocaine, count 26, and then you had another one of possession of heroin. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will you please state why you're incarcerated, why you say you're incarcerated, and why we should release you early?
The reason why I'm incarcerated because I chose to sell drugs, and I believe you should release me because I have changed my life. I want to go out there and work and be a productive citizen.
Okay. We're going to have people that would like to speak today. In support is going to be Karrell Williams Jr, your son, and then later in opposition is going to be Randy Myers with the DA's office.
Okay.
Okay, so will Mr. Pierce please speak? On Zoom?
Good morning.
Good morning. What do you have to say, sir?
Well, I feel like it's been a long time, his kids missing him. And, every time we talk about the future, changing our life, and what we're gonna be doing once we get out. So I feel like his mind on the right path, he's been doing what he need to do.
Okay, is that all you have to say, Mr. Pierce? Are you finished?
Yeah.
Do you feel like he's on the right path? Okay, now with the district attorney's office in opposition, we have Mr. Randall Myers. You can speak now, Randy.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, I had an issue getting the mic working.
That's okay.
We are opposed to Mr. Pierce being granted parole. Mr. Pierce he was a gang member in New Orleans, got in trouble because of that, being a gang member. And while incarcerated, he's done some things that were pretty good. But the biggest problem I have is in 2023, he was convicted while incarcerated of possession of heroin. That's showing he's not doing the right thing. He continues to be involved with drugs. He may have taken some courses that's supposed to help them with that, but obviously it has not, because he's still dealing with heroin, possession of heroin in 2023 that he got a conviction on. So for that reason, we remain opposed to his request for parole.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Myers.
Madam Chairman, could I ask a question of Mr. Meyer?
Sure.
I read that also, and I was curious about that. Is that currently being prosecuted, or did he plead guilty, or what were the circumstances?
Well, that was not from Jefferson Parish, so I don't have a whole lot of information on that. That was from the parish where he's incarcerated, AVOYELLES Parish, and on looks like he was convicted of possession of heroin while he was incarcerated and got a 2-year sentence.
Okay, because it's not written up as a discipline that I see, and I was curious why we're even having this if that's the case.
Yeah, I was curious about the same thing.
Actually, that happened in 2022, and he was convicted in 2023. It occurred in Vernon Parish. He was convicted in Beauregard Parish for 2 years. So it was a 2022.
I had got denied for that charge before on my last hearing.
That's right. You did.
That's ma'am. And I learned from that crime also. I was able to resolve my behavior pattern and get through and move forward with my life.
Ms. Chairman, is it time for me to start my questioning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Pierce, one of these required classes to take prior to release is substance abuse program. Have you had that?
Yes, ma'am. I took substance abuse in the past, Blue Waters, substance abuse. I've got
Since you've been incarcerated this time? Under this incarceration?
No, ma'am. I was not eligible, being that I was low risk.
Okay. During this period of incarceration, you have not taken any of the classes except for the reentry pre-release. You took Angry Feelings, I think it was.
And I took parenting.
Parenting, yeah. You have your GED?
No, ma'am. I'm currently enrolled.
Okay.
My scores are not high enough to take the GED.
Okay. So, so you went to Blue Waters in 2011, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not complete it?
Yes, I completed it.
You did. I don't see an end date. Okay. Okay, I see a completion date. Okay. But during this period, let's see, you've been in for 9 years, is that correct?
10 years.
10 years on a 20. Okay. All right. The particular racketeering group that you were a part of is a very, very large and destructive influence in Jefferson Parish, according to my understanding. And actually, I've seen some of your co-defendants. So I don't have any other questions. I would tell you that in addition to Mr. Myers, there are other law enforcement groups that are opposed to your early release.
Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
I don't, I'm satisfied.
Okay, the warden, would you like to speak, sir?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Warden Eric Salas Sr. I write in express to support of parole for offender Cornell Pierce, who is currently serving a 20-year DOC sentence at the Vols Parish Sheriff's Office. Offender Pierce has been housed at the Vols Parish Sheriff's Office for approximately 1,163 days. Since being incarcerated at DC-1 Revocation Parish Sheriff's Office, Defender Pierce has accumulated no write-ups or rule infractions. Mr. Pierce is a Class A trustee, works at the woodpile, mechanic shop, and maintenance shop, and helps out on special details. Mr. Pierce has completed several programs, reentry, partners in parenting, understanding and reducing angry feelings at the Revocation Parish Sheriff's Department. He's completed the reentry at Phelps also in 2022 and Blue Waters program. He's currently taking his GD class, which he hasn't completed as of yet. Although he is quiet and you wouldn't know if he's inside the facility, he has come a long way. He waited patiently till I gave him an opportunity to become a Class A trustee. Furthermore, Mr. Pierce has developed a strong support system of family members with 6 sisters and 1 brother, a few who I have met, and a host of others who's willing to be able to help him get back on track. But Mr. Pierce has to also be willing to help himself and not solely depend on others. He has recommendations from several staff members who are not able to attend today from the Revocation Parish Sheriff's Office, Mr. Edward Bernard and Mr. Arthur Buntar from the school board. He also has a recommendation from Mr. Pete, who he helps distribute commodities. Mr. Pierce understands the seriousness of the offense he committed in 2015 and needed for accountability and consequences for his actions. It is my belief that Mr. Pierce has grown to accept the decision that was made by him, and I believe that he took full responsibility for his actions. I kindly request the parole board review Mr. Pierce's case with compassion and take in consideration efforts of his own self-rehabilitation, the positive impact he can make in the community, and the potential for a successful future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, Mr. Pierce,
Chairman,
yes, go ahead.
could I ask one other question? I'm sorry. Tell me the circumstances behind the 23 possession of heroin. You were in jail. How'd you get heroin in there?
Actually, I didn't have any drugs, but I just pleaded guilty to it to move on with my life. I didn't have any drugs, but I pleaded guilty to it. They had searched the dome down and found something, and it was close to my rack, and so they put it on me.
It was.
I wanted to fight it, but I didn't have no lawyer or whatever, so I just pleaded guilty to it and move on with my life.
Okay, well,
I had got another charge like that before when I first got there, but I went to this DB court, high court, and they dismissed it because they found out that the wasn't no drugs in the bag.
okay. All right, that's all I have, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, are we ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll start with Ms. Ledoux. What is your vote, Ms. Ledoux?
Mr. Pierce, I appreciate what the warden said on your behalf. I think that you may be headed in the right direction. I'm going to deny your parole today, but I don't want to do so in a condescending way. You're moving in the right direction. Please continue working on your GED. I would suggest that you do some more drug treatment classes. It's still too close to that to the 23 charge, and so I hope that you move in the right direction, and encourage your family to be present the next time you come before the board, okay? But my vote is to deny today.
Hey, Mr. Prater?
I concur.
And I concur also. So today, Mr. Pierce, your parole has been denied. And the time is 9:39, and this concludes our business at the facility of AVOYELLES, MARKSVILLE.
Thank you.
Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September 24th, 2025. The time is 9:45. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as the chairman of today's parole panel. My colleagues on the panel today are Gerald Ledoux and Steve Prater. The panel today is at DOC headquarters. Today, our remote location is at IBERVILLE Parish Jail. Would the staff at the facility please introduce yourself for the record? Is there anyone in there with you, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Deputy Brooklyn Landry.
Okay. Okay, and then, Mr. Green, will you introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number, please, for the record?
I have Albert Green and Dawud Seals. For which one are you wanting to do first, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Albert Green Jr.
Okay, let's do a swap. All right.
Okay,
All right. My name is Albert Green Jr., DOC 285637.
okay. All right, Mr. Green, I'm going to read from the master record some information and then you let me know if it's correct, okay?
All right.
All right, you are a second class offender.
Okay.
Parole eligibility date is 12/14/2022. You have an adjusted good time date of 8/16/2038. Your full-time date is 4/5/2058. Your sentence is a total of 60 years. And you were charged with first-degree feticide and then firearms with a convicted felon and then a manslaughter charge. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hang on just a second. Mr. Green, will you please tell me the reason you are incarcerated and why you should be released early?
The reason I'm incarcerated, I went to a trailer and fired some shot in the trailer and shot someone.
Okay, so you just fired some random shots into a trailer and somebody got killed?
Yes, ma'am.
What caused you to fire shots into a trailer?
Well, I went there by domestic dispute.
Okay. Well, you're going to be questioned more later. Okay, now, secondly, why should we release you early?
Why should you?
Yeah.
That's a hard question. I would say because of my conduct, but really, for the type of charge, there's no justification to it.
Oh.
So, I mean, I wouldn't be the one to answer that.
So did you request this parole hearing, sir?
Yes,
Okay.
it's been requested for some time.
Oh, okay. All right, so ward, is the ward present or the person in the room? Do you have anything you'd like to say on behalf of Mr. Green? Or his conduct at the jail?
He doesn't give us any issues here at all, ma'am. He's a very respectful inmate here at the Iberville Parish Jail.
Okay. And that's all you know about him? Just,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. All right, so in support, you don't have anyone here today. In opposition, though, we have at headquarters, I'm gonna read all the names and then some are gonna speak. Henderson Holmes Sr. He's gonna speak later. Henderson Holmes Jr. is gonna speak. Tiara Holmes, she's at headquarters, she's not gonna speak. Tina Holmes will speak later. And Maria Holmes is at headquarters and she is not gonna speak. So at this time, Henderson Holmes Sr., would you please go to the podium and address the panel, please? Yes, sir, that right there.
Yes,
Okay,
I think you should remain in prison because on that day he committed this crime, he not only killed one person, he killed several people. Me, myself, my family. He hurt all of us that day, very bad. This is one life, and this is very bad. I hope that he never gets out. Does not steal anywhere in it. And he's very deceitful. He doesn't always tell the truth. That's not been knowing. He'll do anything to get his way. He'll even lie. He's not a good person. It's hard for me to go. Take your time. Just looking at it. Takes us way back to the day we belong, which never happened. When he went into the house, he didn't just go there to visit. He went there with his mind made up. He was gonna kill somebody that day. And he did. He shot through a bedroom door. Where Cynthia had a backup against the door, keeping him from getting in that room. He shot through that door several times. So he tried to break into the front. Instead, he got into the house through the back. And this is the way. You do friends, you don't do people. You don't go to their house. I can't say anymore.
okay, Mr. Thank you for speaking today. I know it was hard, it's difficult. Okay, now we have Henderson Holmes Jr.
The same. He deserved to stay in prison. He did. He killed one of our family members. Also tried to murder my husband. That wasn't the first time. Like my dad said, you don't do. Excuse me.
She can stand up there with you for support if you need it.
You know, you don't treat people you care about the way he did. He should have been charged with murder when he beat her with a bat. They never charged him for that. Then right after that, you go and try to murder her and then kill one of our other relatives. But you don't know why, you know, there's no explanation. We have to live with this for the rest of our lives. And when we go to our officials to get answers, we can't never get none. We will rush through a process that seems to help him out. You know, we never got support from this. And it's hard to move on. I don't care how long it's been, we'll never get through it. There's a lot more I wanted to say, but I'll say he got his time. He deserves to spend the rest of his life in jail doing his time. I had more to say, but I can't get it all right.
That's understandable, Mr. Holmes. Thank you. Okay, and now Tina Holmes.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Tina Holmes. This is not my first time on here. This is actually my second time. What he did that day, he did not have to do it. He did it because he wanted to. Just because I was the first victim for Washington. I was the victim that got killed, but I was the girlfriend victim. So he actually came there for me. He shot through the front door once because he couldn't pop it open like he wanted to. So he tried to go to the back I went in one room, she went in another one, but he didn't know who was where, and like my dad say, she was up against the door, and I guess when he realized he couldn't get in, he just shot through the door. She was the one actually pregnant. I don't even know if she got to even know what her baby was gonna be, a boy or a girl. We didn't even get to have that happen on. She had 2 kids already. She would never be here to get to see them graduate, have kids, get married, or anything. So why should he be able to get out and live the rest of his life for something he chose to do that he did not have to? I done lived with this all since, you know, feeling like it's my fault when I know it was not. Because he did not have to. He chose to. No matter what he didn't accomplish up until anger management classes, whatever, that is irrelevant to me. What if he might lie and sit here and tell y'all he did his life over, he didn't change. I'm still a resident of IBERVILLE Parish that he may come back to. What if he tried to finish his job? Or I have to make do him. And that is something I don't want to have to live with. I got enough on my plate to have to keep reliving this. Right. He needs to stay where he at. And whatever happened to him, I don't care. She have 2 kids that's still out here. They were very young. They never even got to know what their mother's love would have been like. That baby never even got born to even have a future to know what that baby would have been like.
Yeah.
So why should he come out and be with his family cheering? You see, ain't nobody even here for him. He chose to do it, let him live where he at. For the rest till whatever happened to him. And that's all I have to say.
Well, Ms. Holmes, thank you for coming. I do know that it's very difficult.
Yeah, and I had to suck my tears up to say what I had to say just now.
I know. Thank you so
But
much.
thank y'all.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, your case has been assigned to Mr. Steve Prater, Mr. Prater. He's going to begin his interview right now.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Green.
All right, good morning.
You kind of write this off as just a domestic situation where you shot into a trailer. It's a little more than that, wasn't it?
Well, I didn't shoot into the door. I stuck my hand into the door and shot on the floor first.
Right. I read the police reports, and you tried to get in with a pinch bar, a crowbar.
I broke the window out.
Yes, sir. Broke the window out, held the gun through there, and shot through the window that you broke out. Then you ran around to the back and shot 2 or 3 times into the door, right?
No, not into the door. The door was open.
Okay, so you shot into the person.
Into the trailer, right. The door was open.
But you saw the victim there, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and you killed this lady and you killed her baby, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me one other thing is, right before this shooting, a few months before, you were charged with an aggravated battery, correct?
Yes.
Who was that against?
That was against Tina.
Okay. All right. You've served about 40% of your time that you were given for killing 2 people and for having a firearm that you knew you weren't supposed to have because you were a second offender already. That sound correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's all I need.
Thank you, Mr. Prater. Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, I don't have any questions.
Okay. I don't have any questions either. All right, so Mr. Green, do you want to wrap it up? Do you have some statements you would like to make on your behalf?
No, that's good.
You have nothing to say?
All right.
Okay, is the board ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Prater.
My vote is to deny this request for early parole because of the length of time that he has not served compared to his sentence, and because of the apparent lack of remorse in his parole board hearing interview.
Right, Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Green, I will commend you on your conduct, your educational pursuit, and a well-written letter that I read. However, at this time, my vote is to deny your parole. You have a little ways to go before I believe you're ready to re-enter.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Green, it's my turn to vote. I agree with my colleagues, and I also add the heinous, deliberate nature of the crime, and that this is an ongoing grief that this family has to suffer for the rest of their life. And this is very difficult for people to have to come to parole hearings. So, yes, sir, and seem to understand that. Okay, so at this time, your parole has been denied. And the time is 10 o'clock. We sign? Okay.
That's
Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September 24th, 2025. The time is 10:08. My name is Carolyn Stapleton, and I'm serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on the panel are on Zoom, and they're Jerry Ledoux and Steve Prater. Today, our remote location is Iberville Parish Jail. Is there any staff in the room with you, Star? Because I'd like for them to introduce themselves.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Brooklyn Landry.
Okay, Ms. Landry. Okay, and Mr. Seals, how do you pronounce your first name, please?
Dawud.
Dawud. Okay, okay, Mr. Seals. Will you please say your name and DOC number for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Dawud Seals, DOC 524-986.
Okay, Mr. Seal. Do you have a questionnaire that you signed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so according to the questionnaire, you are not eligible for appointed counsel. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't have any counsel here with you?
No, I don't have a counsel with. I have a paid lawyer, but he's not here with.
Okay. Okay, the lead on your case today is me. So I'm going to read out your violations. And you're going to vote, you're going to tell me if you're guilty with a statement or not guilty. And then let's go. Rule
I can't hear you. You froze up.
froze up.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Okay, I'll start over. Rule violation number, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, rule violation number 4, on 8/27/2024, you were arrested by the Iberville Parish Sheriff's Office and charged with illegal use of a controlled drug in the presence of persons under 17 years old. And you got possession of heroin, which is a felony, possession with intent to distribute fentanyl, which is a felony, possession with intent to distribute Xanax.
Rose up again.
Mm-hmm.
I think we lost her.
We lost y'all at headquarters.
Okay. So Mr. Seals, what did you hear last? The internet lost connection.
Possession with the Xanax.
Okay, all right, I'll start from there then. And violation of uniform controlled dangerous substance laws, which is a felony, and possession or distribution of drug paraphernalia, misdemeanor. The subject's charge is still pending in Iberville Parish. He was billed with possession of heroin, possession with intent to distribute Schedule 2 controlled dangerous substance, possession with intent to distribute number 4, controlled dangerous substance, and violation of uniform controlled dangerous substance law in a drug-free zone, and set for motions on 10/1/2025. How do you plead to all of that?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Okay, is it going to be not guilty with a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and then number 4 violation, you failed to submit payments towards your supervision fees and are in arrears of the amount of $1,149. Is guilty, not guilty statement?
With the statement, not guilty with the statement.
Okay. All right, so you say not guilty with a statement.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me what's the truth or what your truth is.
Okay, yeah, I was arrested for all that, but and I was detained. I've been locked up for 13 months. After the 6th month, when the drugs came back from the lab, it was no drugs. The only thing that was drugs was medication, was the Xanax, and it's prescribed to my niece. And they didn't tell you that. But they still locked me up for it. Me and two other co-defendants. As far as the other drugs, it wasn't no drugs when it came to the lab. I got a paid lawyer, and I'm still waiting on opinion. My case still pending. And I would like to request a continue. If it's
Okay. Okay, so he's requested a continuance. So just say continuance is granted. All right, sir, because your case is still has to go before the courts and you requested a continuance, my other board members, do y'all agree that it would be prudent to allow him to have a continuance on this?
The only reason that I would agree to continue is there are no other violations that he's facing from us. And so my vote would be to grant a continuance in this case.
Thank you.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is not to grant a continuance. It's been a year he's been in jail. The DA's office has had an opportunity to pursue this thing. Evidently, they are going to pursue it. And so, although I hope he gets a continuance, I just have a hard time voting for it. Probably like Ms. Ledoux. But probably the prudent thing is to give him a continuance. So let me change what I just said. I vote for a continuance too.
All right. Well, I concur with both of my colleagues and I vote for a continuance. So today, Mr. Seals, this concludes our business with you. Your parole request for a continuance has been granted. And this concludes our business today at Iberville Parish Jail.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I have a nice day.
Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order today. Today is September 24th, 2025. The time is 10:23. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as the chair on today's parole panel. My colleagues on the panel today are Gerald Ledoux and Steve Freeman, and they are attending by Zoom. The panel today is in DOC headquarters. Today, the remote location is at Rapides Detention Center. Is there any staff in there? And if so, would you please introduce yourself?
Sergeant Marsh.
Okay, Sergeant, thank you very much. Okay, for the record, Mr. Williams, will you state your name and your DOC number?
Name is Karrell Williams Jr. 541981 is my DOC number.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have the questionnaire that they gave you in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you didn't sign it at the time. Do you want now to have it read to you? And
I understand. I'm looking at it right now. I understand it.
okay, so are you okay to continue with this or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're okay to continue with the hearing today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you have, I believe you have appointed counsel?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chad Gill.
Yes, Ms. Stapleton, how are you? I did speak with Mr. Williams yesterday, and he is willing to self-revoke. Me and him talked about that.
Oh, self-revoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at this time, I'm gonna hand it over to, yeah, Miss Ledoux, right? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna hand it over to Miss Ledoux because this is her case. Thank you. Okay.
If he's choosing to revoke himself, I will go ahead though and read into the record his violations, and then he can plead guilty and we can vote. So Mr. Williams, you're before this committee today because on 6/30/2025, you violated your parole by your arrest by probation and parole for threatening a public official and law enforcement officer with 2 counts. How do you plead?
Ms. Ledoux, yes, he will admit, without admitting that he did the criminal allegations, he will admit to being revoked for that offense.
Okay, so we'll enter a plea of guilty without making a determination on guilt criminally. So Mr. Guillotin and Mr. Williams, I would like to make note that I didn't see any drug testing at the time of this event. Do you know if any drug testing occurred?
No, none.
Okay. Mr. Williams, have you been on mental health drugs and treatment? Do you have a mental health diagnosis?
In the past, yes, ma'am.
Okay. The reason I bring that up is we are going to vote to revoke you. However, I would like to make note that I believe that you need to be sent to Elaine Hunt for mental health stabilization.
May I say something? May I speak?
Yes.
I really, the mental health thing, I really don't feel like I need it. I mean, my problem, like I said, is miseducation as far as parole and what parole it takes. As you can see, this is the same thing that I just did 26 months for. I'm trying to trust the process of parole because I've never completed a process.
Okay. Yeah.
My problem, like I said, I don't have a problem finding a job, keeping a job, none of that. I just can't get past what I had going on with my PO. And the only thing that started all this incident was me asking for another parole officer because the one they assigned to me was the same one that pressed the last charges of public intimidation. That's what all this come about from. And then if they got all my paperwork on record, I wrote y'all in 23 and asked was it a conflict of interest with Heather Bradley being my parole officer, seeing that she was one of the officers involved in the investigation for narcotics that I received 10 years I'm on parole for.
Okay.
And
I understand because I read all that, but Mr. Williams, it is on you to learn how to peacefully and respectfully address it when it's in front of you, okay? And that may not be attributable to your mental health issue. Maybe you need anger management, but you know, that is a concern. So if the panel is prepared, I will vote to revoke. And again, I would recommend he be sent to Elaine Hunt for evaluation. That's my vote.
Okay, Mr. Prater? Mr. Prater?
My vote is to revoke at his request.
Okay. And my vote today, sir, is also to revoke at your request. And so today, your parole has been revoked. And the time is 10:29. And we're signing off. This concludes our business today at Refuge.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Are we ready for it? Okay. All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September 24th, 2025. The time is 10:35. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm the chairperson today. My colleagues on the panel by way of Zoom are Jerry Ledoux and Steve Prater. Today's remote location is at Ouachita Correctional Center. Is there any staff in the room? And if so, please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. This is Deputy Marchand.
Deputy. Okay, and then Mr. Price, will you give your full name and DOC number for the record, please?
Kenneth Ray Price III, 628-595.
Okay. So you did not qualify for appointed counsel, correct?
Correct. I have an appointed counsel. He was not able to be here today. He advised me not to make any statements until my charges are completed. I'll go back to court in November, first part of November.
Okay, and you didn't have appointed counsel at your preliminary hearing, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so, well, you're not eligible today for appointed counsel, but you've hired counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. All right, and he's not here today. So I'm gonna read out your violation, and you said that you're not gonna comment, but I'm gonna read it anyway for the, record, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You were arrested on May 10th, 2024 for possession of, meth with intent to distribute and possession of marijuana with intent to distribute and resisting an officer. These charges are still pending in the 4th Judicial District Court, and you're gonna plead
Not guilty, not guilty. I'd ask for a continuance if the board approves.
All right, at this time, the person that has your case assigned to him is Mr. Prater, and he's going to continue the questioning and speak.
Okay.
Mr. Price, I understand. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I understand you're asking for a continuance, and we had a similar case this morning that was there. I say it was similar. It wasn't exactly similar to this. In this particular case, and I know you don't want to make a statement, and I'm not going to require you to because that's your right. And I understand because you hadn't been to court on it yet or hadn't been to court to finalize it. But in determining and making my decision, I'm going to be deciding if you had drugs on your possession, as the police report says. You were out of jail on parole for a whole 10 days. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I don't have any questions. This is your violation is for condition number 4, which is you're ordered to stay away from any kind of criminal behavior and that sort of thing. And then you were arrested. So you were charged with that violation in front of us of condition number 4. And that's what I'll be voting on. And my vote, I'm not going to give you a, I'm not going to give you a continuance. I'm going to vote.
Right.
Okay.
That's all I have, Madam Chairman.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and then from what I read, from the report, the drugs were found on you. So find evidence of probable cause, and that's why you were charged with rule number 4. So is the board prepared? Do you have any final thing you'd like to say before we vote? Let's say that.
Yes, ma'am. The reason that I'm fighting this charge is because the police report is not right. None of it's right. My lawyer advised me to say nothing, and I just have to go by what he says. I don't.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
That's understandable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so we're prepared to vote, and Mr. Prater.
Yes, ma'am. My vote is to not continue this as he's requested, but to vote that he be revoked because of violation of condition number 4 and the fact that he did have drugs on him at the time that he was arrested 10 days into a parole term, which is also significant. That's my vote. He'd be
Okay,
revoked.
all right. And then, Ms. Ledoux?
To maintain consistency with my previous vote, my vote would be to continue.
Well, I'm in a quandary because I do agree with Mr. Prater, but we did do a continuance because this is at the request of the attorney too, who is not present.
Right.
So I'm gonna vote for the continuance pending the outcome of your hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank y'all.
So you got 2 votes for continue and 1 to deny. So today, your revocation has been, your parole has been continued.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank y'all.
Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September 24th, 2025. The time is 11:03. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as the chairperson today. My colleagues on the panel will be joining us by Zoom, Jerry Ledoux and Steve Prater. Today's remote location, we're still at Ouachita Correctional Center. Is there any staff in the room? And I do see someone. Would you please introduce yourself? Okay.
Good morning again, it's Deputy Marchand.
Deputy Marchand? Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Harris, will you give your name and DOC number for the record, please?
My name is Dorian Harris, 773-218.
Okay, Mr. Harris, do you have the questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, and you're aware that you do not qualify for appointed counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you did not retain counsel for yourself, is that correct? No.
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So today your case is assigned to Mr. Prater, Mr. Steve Prater. He's going to read your violations. And then after that, we will speak to your supporters who are on Zoom. So Mr. Prater.
Right. Hello, Mr. Harris. You all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're before us because you're accused of violating condition number 4 of your parole terms, which means in that condition 4 says that you'll avoid any kind of criminal conduct. On 7/2/25, which was about 2 months after you were paroled, you were arrested for battery of a dating partner. Subsequently, you pled guilty to disturbing the peace. Now, are you guilty? Did that happen? Did you get arrested? That's the first question.
Yes, sir. I got arrested.
Okay. And did you plead guilty to disturbing the peace?
Yes, sir. I pleaded guilty to disturbing the peace. My lawyer told me if I plead guilty to disturbing the peace, I'd go home that day. But apparently he didn't know I was on parole. And this by me being on my first time being on parole, I ain't know nothing about it.
Okay. All right. That's all. That's all I need to hear right now until we hear from the folks, and then we'll talk to you some more about it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions at this time? And then we're gonna talk to the supporters. It's got supporters here.
I do not have.
Okay, and I'm gonna wait also. So in support on Zoom, we will have, and I'm Kiane Campbell, I hope that's correct, LaShonda Harris, and Renisha Harris. So at this time, will Ms. Campbell please speak?
Good afternoon. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just want to say I've seen real changes in Dorian since the situation, and he understands his mistakes. I believe revoking his parole would take away the progress he's made. He has strong support from me and my family to help him stay on the right path. Dorian deserves the chance to continue proving himself. He wants to work, take care of his responsibilities, and build a better future. And I respectfully ask that you allow him to keep his parole and give him the opportunity to do better. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions of the girlfriend? No? Mr. Prater?
Let's see. Are you the individual that called the police that morning?
No, sir, I didn't call the police at all.
Okay. Who called the police?
My grandma did while she was at work.
Okay. Did this evidently your grandma found out something? Did you call your grandma and tell her what had happened?
No, sir, I did not. I didn't talk to anybody that day. The only person I talked to was my auntie, and nobody was supposed to be called that day. Nothing really happened. That's what, sir.
Okay, why'd your grandma call the police?
Because she heard that I had been arguing in my apartment. Well, yeah. She
Okay.
just
Did the police come and take pictures of you?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a busted lip inside of your lip?
Yes, sir. But
Did you have a long scratch on your neck and bruising around your neck?
Yes, sir. But the marks and the busted lip had came from an altercation I had with his girlfriend. Well, not his girlfriend, but an acquaintance of his that morning. He had woke up, told me he was leaving, and me and her got into an altercation. I tried to follow her. I walked all the way to my TT house, ran all the way to my TT house. And yeah.
That isn't what you told the police. You told the police he did it, correct?
I think the police may have misunderstood what I was saying, or they maybe I've gotten confused about what they was asking me, but I don't. Yeah, I told them that I didn't want to talk to them about it, but they continuously insisted that I talk about the situation. But yeah, they said that he was the only person still there when they had got there, so they ended up taking him.
Hey, that's all I have of her? Yes. I think there's somebody else that's going to talk.
Yes, we have the mother, LaShonda Harris.
Good morning, board. How are y'all?
Fine.
Okay, yes, I'm his mother, and if y'all would take in consideration about reinstating his parole and maybe giving him supervised parole under certain conditions to where he one would have to come here and live with me in Bastrop. He is to come here, live with me in Bastrop, get a job, enroll in school, and have a curfew. If he's not at work, curfew to be in my house at 7 p.m. sharp.
Sounds like you got a history with him, maybe with some problems. Do you?
Ma'am?
Do you have a history with him getting into trouble that you're insisting on a curfew and different things like that?
Well, he have in the past, but my kids, they understand I mean business. When I mean business, you be in my house. If not, I will personally call the cops or the parole or whoever to come pick him up. If he's released, he would have to abide by my rules. If he cannot abide by my rules, then he just have to stay where he's at. Because there are rules you have to follow, just like there are rules at OCC and every other correctional facility.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all are willing to release him, he's more than welcome, like I said, to come here under those conditions.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Is that it? So I'm going to move along to the aunt, Renisha Harris, the aunt.
Good morning. I am Renisha Harris. And thank you so much for having me. I would like to agree with his mom. If you guys could please reinstate his parole and grant him supervised supervision. I did see a drastic change in Dorian when he was released on parole. He did get a job. He did get an apartment, and he even asked to go to church with me a couple times, which I did not, pick him up due to circumstances. But I do think that, or wish that you guys would grant him the supervision and allow him to be released, to be released, you know, to his mom. And I do agree with her situation as well. You know, her probable cause to he come to live with her and abide by her rules. That way he would stay out of further trouble that way. And he would also have the support of his family.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, we don't have anybody in opposition speaking. Does either of the panel, Ms. Ledoux or Mr. Prater, have any further questions?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Prater.
Mr. Harris, did you hit this lady?
No, sir.
Did you push this lady?
No, sir.
And so we're to believe that she got these injuries from fighting your girlfriend earlier, and police got called. Nobody called the police except the grandmother, who didn't know why she called. She had heard there was some arguing there. I'm kind of, can you explain any of that to me? Tell me what happened that morning.
Well, I woke her up and tell her I was gonna leave. Can she lock the door? She got up, followed me outside. I was finna get into the car with another female, and then they started fighting.
And she just made it up that you did it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions.
I do. I'm following along the same lines as Mr. Prater. I have a hard time believing that she held open her lip to give them a picture of what you did to her. She showed them her neck so that they would have a picture of what she said you did to her. And then it's not uncommon for people to recant later when things calm down, but that they really did happen at the same time.
Yes, sir. I assume she did it out of anger. She was frustrated.
Okay, is the board ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Prater?
Okay, Mr. Harris, you did plead guilty to disturbing the peace. And that right there is enough. No matter what you were led to believe or what you might have thought about pleading to a misdemeanor. But I believe because of the injuries, because of the initial statement to the police, I think that you did commit domestic abuse battery. And my opinion is that having been on parole for only 2 months, that or I say 2 months, maybe 3 months, I'm not sure, 2 or 3 months, then already doing this that you hadn't learned. And so my vote is that you be revoked due to a violation of condition number 4.
Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to revoke, based on violation of his conditions of parole.
And I agree with my colleagues. So today, sir, the decision is to revoke your parole.
Hello.
Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order today. Sir, will you give me your name, please? Pronounce your name for me.
My name is Jorge Benavides.
Okay. All right, and my name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm the chairman of the parole panel today. And my colleagues on the panel are Jared Ledoux and Steve Prater. We're at DOC, I'm at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, they're on Zoom. Is there any staff in the room with you? Would they please introduce themselves?
Yes, ma'am. This is Deputy Marshan.
Okay, hey, once again, okay, thank you. And then Jorge, am I saying that correctly?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
for the record, will you repeat your name and your DOC number, please?
My name is Jorge Benavides. My DOC number is 760337.
Okay, at this time, sir, I'm gonna read into the record some information and you're gonna let me know if it's correct. Okay, you just said your name and your DOC number. Your offender class is 1. Your parole eligibility date is 1/20/26. Your adjusted good time date is 5/24/2028. Your full-time date is 9/26/2054. Your total sentence, you were sentenced to 39 years. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And what you were sentenced for was vehicular homicide, 20 years, vehicular homicide, 19 years, and first degree vehicular negligent injury, 3 years. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. Today your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Mr. Prater, would you like, well, first, let me see. Will you tell me why you are seeking an early release today and what you did that caused you, in your words, what caused you to go to jail?
I was that day I was intoxicated and I got a crash and I killed 2 young people. And that time I didn't know I was having drinking problem. But I realized like I was drinking every day after work and they caused me to what I did. I've been incarcerated almost 10 years. I know it's been very painful for me, accept what I did because I know I killed 2 children. It was 2 kids, and it was hard for me. But I've been trying every day to better my life and give some education and help for all the classes I've been taking here.
Okay. So based upon what you just said, the second question was, why should you be released early? You said you served approximately 10 years, a 39-year sentence. Why should you be released early?
The first thing I want to say is probably I want to recognize what I did, and it took me some time to do that. I was like I'm shocked because I never heard anybody before, but I've been seeing. I've been trying to help a lot of people just to pay to the community what I did, and I have 3 little kids. I left them when they was little, like 5 years and 7 years. And this is one of my number one thing. Like I like to help them. They're going through a struggle right now, and I don't think I ever pay for what I did, even if I stay in jail all my life. But I'm gonna carry that pain and responsibility with me every day. So. I say, yes, ma'am.
Oh, you can continue. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I'm down.
Okay, sir. Mr. Marchand, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Absolutely, ma'am. Mr. Benavides has been here with us for quite a while. He served as a trustee with us for 7 years. He is a GED and high set tutor for 5 years now. He's completed or is in the process of completing every program we offer. He's almost an employee of our education department, how much work he does. Me and him were talking a minute ago, like he helped Ouachita achieve second place in HiSET graduations, which is
We helping almost 198 people to get high set in 5 years.
and anytime we need a translator or for non-legal purposes, Mr. Benavides is the first one we go to. He's always eager to help us. Honestly, if we lose him, it would be a detriment to our facility, but I don't think there's anything more that we can offer him here because he has excelled at everything we've given him to do. And we could not more highly recommend him. That's what I mean to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marchand. Okay, at this time, your case has been assigned to Mr. Steve Prater, and he's going to begin the interview, please.
Mr. Benavides, I'm saying that correctly. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, sir.
Okay. I read this entire file, and I also read the 3 letters from your kids and the letter from your wife and from your sister-in-law. And they were quite touching. Also, it's really a sad situation all around, and I know you know that because I can see the remorse that you feel this was not a deliberate act, although it was your fault. And I think you know that, and you've been over all of that in your mind. What have you done? Well, let's start this off. I noticed that you were sentenced on let's see, the sentencing date was in 21, but the occurrence was in 15, 6 years early. What were you in jail that whole time?
Yeah, I was in jail the whole time, and they was postpone my course every time. So
Okay, so you've served over 10 years and are right at 10 years and on this sentence, correct?
yeah, next week I'm gonna be 10 years.
Okay. What have you done to address your substance abuse program? I want to hear it from your mouth because I've read it on paper, what all you've taken, but I want to hear you talk to me about it. Tell me about your substance abuse problem and treatment.
And I take like 2 years ago, I take risk management. So it's a CBT class. But right now, I'll be taking right now MRT, the substance abuse program. It's a hard class. It's a hard class, but I learn a lot of stuff by myself. I recognize. They help me to recognize my triggers for my addiction, alcohol addiction. They help me how to how I can get help, where I can get help, if I need a sponsor, I need a mentor to help me. And basically, it's like a class to recognize, like for behavioral problems. They help me to recognize my personality I was having before and become a better person. I had to let my inner self to coming out and become better person. It's have a lot of information about different kind of addictions and different kind of drugs and how we can avoid the triggers, because most of the triggers gonna be person, places, and things. And basically, they show me how to recover from my addiction.
Okay. And what do you plan to do if you were fortunate enough to get 3 votes this morning? What is it you plan to do when you get out to stay on this straight and narrow?
My first plan is to live with my wife and kids, and I have skills, construction skill. I was framing houses. I was having my own business, but I got ICE detained, and it looked like I'm probably gonna get deported to Mexico, and probably I had to wait till one of my kids grow up, and maybe they claim me to come back to this country. But for right now, it look like I'm gonna get deported to Mexico.
Okay, so you have an ICE detainer on you, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Before I come to jail, I was having my own business. I was building houses. I just started that business like 2 years before, and that's what I was planning to do when I get up. Well, I think they put ICE detainer in 2019, so I had to face the ICE detainer now.
I'd like to ask the staff, do you have a record, is that correct?
Yes, sir. He does have an ICE detainer that was placed in 2019 after he had been here for a while.
Okay, I must have missed that, and I read it, I thought thoroughly, but I must have skipped a page. Okay, I don't have, I've mentioned your kids and your wife and your sister-in-law, very supportive. One of the victims, one of them that was killed, a young man that was killed, his father says that he's not opposed to your parole if we feel like that you've done all you can do to be rehabilitate yourself, if you had addressed your problem. And I thought that was very significant.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
I want to say something. Can I say something about what you just said?
Yes, sir.
I want emphasis this. Since I come to prison, I have worked to help others. I felt like my purpose now is to share my story to young people so they can avoid the mistake I make. And like I said a while ago, I've been helping to more than 190 people to get the high school diploma. And I'll be serving here as a tutor bell. I want to say thank you to the family member you just mentioned for this. Consider them my parole hearing. Yeah. And I don't, like I said, I don't think even if I stay in jail all my life, I don't think I ever paid for what I did. I'm deeply sorry for what I did.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate those comments. I do.
Thanks.
Madam Chairman, that is all of the questions that I have.
Hey, Ms. Ledoux?
I do not have any questions at this time.
Okay, I had noticed on your master record, it said that you do have a detainer for immigration. That's on your master record. I'm like, I've listened to you. A lot of people will say that they're going to turn this terrible incident into, I'm going to help others. But you're already helping others behind that wall and making a difference in people's lives. And that's indicative of people that would do it wherever they're at. It's such a sad thing, and I see it in your face and I hear it in your voice. That, like you say, if you stayed there your whole life, you couldn't make up for it. And I really believe in your sincerity today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, and you know how bad the situation was. Your BAC was 0.15 and 0.08 makes you over the legal limit, and you were driving down the interstate in the wrong direction. It was really terrible. You have complete law enforcement opposition. including the district attorney and the attorney general's office. You know what else to say? With the panel, are you ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is that she be paroled, and that she be turned over to ICE, to honor their, detainer.
Ms. Ledoux?
Uh, so I concur. However, the caveat would be that if deportation does not take place, that he be returned to the custody of the Louisiana Department of Corrections. So that is contingent, my vote to parole would be contingent upon deportation. And if that does not happen, he returns to our custody.
Okay. And my vote today is the same as Mr. Prater and Ms. Ledoux. The ICE detainer, but if it doesn't happen, that you be returned to DOC custody. So today, sir, you have 3 votes to for your parole. And you know the conditions. You heard us say the conditions. And so the time is so you will be paroled today, and the time is 11:39. And we're signing off from this location.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay. Good morning. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September 24th, 2025. The time is 11:50. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as the chair on today's parole panel. My colleagues on the panel will be attending by Zoom, and they are Jerry Ledoux and Steve Prater, and I'm at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. We will today be you are at a remote location, which is Terrebonne Sheriff's jail, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Will you please introduce yourself for the record and give your name and your DOC number?
My name is Jeffrey Allen Henson. My DOC number is 751811.
Is there any staff in the room with you because they need to introduce themselves for the record?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Lieutenant Chase Blanchard with Terrebonne Parish Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant. Okay. Right now I'm going to read in the record more information. You're a first class offender. Your parole eligibility date is 9/26/2025. Your adjusted good time date is 9/25/2026. Your full-time date is 3/25/2033. Your total sentence for this crime is 10 years, and you were sentenced for operation of a vehicle while intoxicated. Is that correct? And then a technical for absconding
Yes,
on
ma'am.
7/11/24. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, everything's correct. All right. Let me see now. Do you have anything you'd like to say as to describing the crime that brought you to where you are today and why we should release you early?
Well, for being here in the first place is being stupid at that time. I should have never, on the absconding part, I should have never taken off. I had somebody very close to me in my life passed away, and it just messed me up so bad that was the closest thing that I could think of doing to make myself better, is to get some help by my family, and that helped out a lot, got me straight, and but the running coming back makes it better that I can get this all put behind me and move on with my life and go home and take care of my wife, which needs me really bad because she's not in very good health. And I'm just sorry for what I've done to get myself here in the first place.
So your reason for wanting to be released early is to be able to help your wife?
To help my wife and to keep doing what I'm doing for myself, is to get back to work and just move on with my life and make my life better.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to me, Mr. Henson.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anybody here or on Zoom in support for you. Let's go over the case a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
What brought you here? You had a blood alcohol level of 0.260. You remember that?
I'm not sure of the level that it was. That was been quite a while back, and I don't quite remember that. But if they say it was, I'm sure it was, ma'am.
Okay. Said that you were driving at a high rate of speed and with a suspended driver's license. Well, you had what, 3 DWIs before then, correct? Or 4?
Yes, but that's been like several years way before this one.
But it still counts towards your
Yes, ma'am.
criminal history. So
Yes.
you've had an ongoing problem with drinking and driving.
Yes, ma'am.
and been arrested for it.
Yes, ma'am.
But probably a lot of times you did it and you were not arrested.
Every time that I got arrested for it.
You did.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I mean, all I can say is when you did that, you put a lot of people's life in danger. I mean, that's what goes along with it. We've seen that today. We see it every day. And you're willing to take that chance when you do it. All law enforcement is in opposition of your early release and the court. I don't have anything else to say. Would my board, Ms. Ledoux, you'd like to say something?
Yeah, I would like to explore a little bit further. Mr. Henson, when you received your initial sentence, did you serve any time in jail?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How long did you serve?
18 months, ma'am.
18 months.
Yes.
And then you were released on supervision. So you did 18 months of a 10-year sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you were on supervision. And then you absconded supervision and you returned to custody only a year ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you had the reentry or pre-release programming that you need for release?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. Do you have your GED or trades certificates or some kind of certification?
No, ma'am, I graduated high school.
You did, okay. Have you had any kind of substance abuse treatment?
Whenever I left here and I went back to Ohio, I went to AA classes.
Okay, so you've never had anything within the DOC for substance abuse treatment?
Just a class, ma'am.
What class?
Drug and alcohol.
What's the name of it?
I don't, what is it, Chase? I guess it's just a drug and alcohol class they was given at Ashland.
Okay, you don't have any certificates showing completion of
No, I don't have any of that.
Okay.
That was back in 2020 or 2021.
Okay. Mr. Henson, you're one of the scariest types of offenders we have, because when you choose to drink and drive, that's a two-ton bullet that's indiscriminate. And having not addressed your issue while incarcerated is very concerning to me. And that's all I just want you to know that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
But if I can say,
yes,
before I ever was arrested and brought back to Louisiana, I stopped drinking 2 or 3 months prior to all this.
That's not long. 2 or 3 months.
And I have not drank anything since then.
You've been in jail.
Pardon me.
What's your DOC number, sir?
751-881.
Thank you.
Sorry, ladies.
That's okay. You said you didn't drink anything 2 or 3 months before this.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's not long enough because you got all those other DWIs in the past. I mean, that should have been with your first one. I'm
Yes.
not doing this again.
Yes,
Then
ma'am.
that would have said something for you. You wouldn't be here today.
I know, ma'am.
So just, that you got 3 other DWIs and you said before this happened, it was 2 or 3 months. You could have killed somebody every time.
But
And it was high, 0.260. That wasn't a little bit drunk.
But
And
I wasn't even drinking that day. That was from the night before. I was coming back from taking my girlfriend coming back from the hospital.
Well, that's even worse because just think how bad it was before, huh? Because I don't know. Anyway, so, Ms. Ledoux pointed out the fact that you have the lack of programs And then I pointed out you have law enforcement opposition. And so Lieutenant, you're in the room. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Ma'am, since he's been in my custody, I have never had any problems with Mr. Henson. He's always going to work, does his job. He's also taking the time to give us a hand whenever we need it around here. As far as facility work, we've been building a new building as for our TWP program. He's giving us a hand down there. I actually do have a recommendation letter from his employer. It is a restaurant, which it reads. To who it may concern, this letter is to express our positive experience working with Mr. Henson. During his employment at Coca Marina, we have been extremely pleased with his contributions. Jeff consistently displays positive attitude towards everyone he interacts with. He has demonstrated the ability to excel at any task, big or small, from start to finish. We believe the numerous positive character traits Jeff possesses will open many doors for him in the future. Sincerely, Coca Marina. And that's a local restaurant we have down here in Houma.
Thank you very much.
Not a problem.
All right, so Mr. Henson, do you have anything further you'd like to say to us before we vote?
I'd just like to say, I mean, I know that I've made my mistakes in the past. I've learned by my mistakes. And I know what type of man I am, and I know what my abilities are. My abilities are to be the best that I can possibly be. But I can only be the best that I can be is if I'm in an environment where I can do what's better for me. And that's to be home, work, and move on with my life and make my life better.
Okay, so at this time, I'm prepared to vote. Are my other board members prepared to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Prater also?
Let me ask a question, please.
Sure.
How long did you serve? How many, let's say months, have you been in jail for this fourth offense DWI conviction?
I've been in ever since June of 2023.
So June of 2023 is when you got sentenced. How much time did you do before that in jail for this conviction?
For 18 months, sir.
So you did 18 months and now you've been in jail since June of 2023, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
So that adds up to a total of what?
Almost 3 years.
Okay, almost 3 years. And you had a 10-year sentence, and you had served 3 years without parole, probation, or suspension of sentence. During that time, you absconded and got sent back in.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to get that straight in my head. Okay.
I was on probation at that time of my absconding.
Okay. Yes. All right, that's all I had.
I'm prepared to vote. At this time, my vote would be to deny your request for early parole. The reasons would be, I believe that you're a danger to public safety. You had an opportunity and you absconded on probation. Your lack of programs to address your substance abuse problem, and you have not served enough time for the 10 years you were sentenced. Ms. Ledoux?
I concur with my colleague and all of those. I vote to deny parole.
Mr. Prater?
Ma'am, I vote to deny parole. I believe he's making some strides. He knows what he did wrong. Not gonna do it again, but you have to consider what he was sentenced to as compared to the amount of time he spent. And you have to also consider the absconding. So that's my vote, is to revoke. Is to deny.
Okay, well, today, Mr. Henson, your request for parole has been denied. The time is 12:05 and we will be signing off at Terrebonne work release.
Yeah, they said
Hello, sir. You ready? You're on mute. Okay, I can hear you. Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September 24th, 2025. The time is 12:11. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as chairman on today's parole panel, and I'm at headquarters, DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. My colleagues on the panel today are Jerry Ledoux and Steve Prater. They are on Zoom. They will be joining us that way. Today, the remote location for you, sir, is at Rapides Parish Correctional. Is that correct?
Ma'am.
Okay. All right. With the staff at the facility, would you please introduce themselves?
They're not in here right now. You want me to go get them?
Do I need them to go get them? No, that's okay. All right. So will you please introduce yourself, giving your name and DOC number for the record?
My name is SAREL GRANGER, DOC number 420006.
Okay, SAREL. All right, thank you very much. All right, I'm going to read into the record your master record, your criminal history. All right, you are a 4th class offender. Your parole eligibility date is 2/25/2026. Your adjusted good time is 2/26/27. Your full time date is 5/25/2037. Your total sentence is 15 years. And your statute that you broke was, let's see here, possession of fentanyl, possession of clonazepam, possession of cocaine, possession of heroin, and distribution of heroin. Are these things correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to me, sir. Will you please tell me something about your incarceration, what got you here, and then why you think you deserve an early release?
All right. My life has spiraled down. I had got addicted to drugs. My life has it spiraled down to a bad place, you know. And my time in incarceration, I really learned my lesson this time. I don't want to ever endure this again. During my incarceration, due to drugs, I lost my oldest son to overdose, and it really turned me against drugs. I just want to do better for myself now,
How many other children do you have?
I have one more.
How old is that child?
She's 21.
She's 21?
Now.
Okay. All right, so your early release, let's get to that. Why do you think, I mean, because you were convicted also of distribution, not just use, distribution of these drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
So why do you think you deserve an early release?
Because like I said, I just want to do better for myself. And I got a job, a nice job up here, and I'm trying to relocate down here. If y'all allow me to be able to get out, I took all kind of classes for my job for heavy machine work. I just want to be a productive citizen.
Okay. Well, because your case has been assigned to me, is there staff around that would like to speak on your behalf? Or are they just? No?
They got some out there want me to go get them.
Well, no, that's okay. Okay, so we don't have anybody on our list that is in support for you. And you need to know that judicially and law enforcement, you have complete opposition for an early release.
Yes, ma'am.
So you need to know that. Listen, I'm looking at all the different types of drugs you had. It's just too doggone much to read. It really is. And then a gun with an extended magazine with 13 rounds of live ammunition. What's that about?
That's wrong right there, man. That wasn't me right there. That
Well,
came.
You didn't have any guns?
I don't have any guns, man.
Okay, just lots and lots of drugs, right?
No, it wasn't a lot of drugs. It was stuff that I was using.
Well, tell me what all you were using.
I was using heroin,
Mm-hmm.
cocaine,
Fentanyl?
and I was using pain pills.
Okay. Were you using fentanyl?
They say there was a trace of fentanyl in the heroin that they had.
Okay. And then the reason for a revocation in 01 was distribution of cocaine in a drug-free zone. How about that? That was in 01. I know that was a long time ago, but that says this goes back years.
Yes, now. It was the same circumstances, man.
Okay, so tell me why you've been in custody this time. What have you done? What kind of programs have you taken to help yourself with this substance abuse problem?
I went through the Steve Harvey program and I graduated.
Yeah, I saw that.
I went through the opiate MAT course class.
Mm-hmm.
And I have MRT, the victim awareness class, the mind altering substance class. I have living in balance 1 and 2, and unleash your thinking. That was a really good class, the unleash your thinking.
Tell me about Unleash Your Thinking. I hadn't heard anybody mention that, tell you the truth. Please tell me what you got out of that.
I mean, it's just like risk management. Just like risk management, don't put yourself in a bad situation, you know.
And what would be a bad situation? Tell me what that would look like to you.
Going around bad people and bad areas. Got to stay away from places like that.
Okay. Does any of my board members have any questions? My panel. Ms. Ledoux? Or Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
Well, Mr. Granger.
No.
The only class I see that you may not have taken, do you have your GED?
I had a GED. I've been got my GED.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I got my GED. I had that.
Have you had pre-release, the reentry, the 90-hour reentry class?
Only thing I didn't take, man, due to work. I work a lot over here at Royal Martin.
And the fact that you have an offer for employment.
Yes, ma'am.
Factors in huge to my decision today. I think that you've been very blessed to take the classes that you've taken. MRT, all of those things. Pre-release is required for release, okay? And that's the only thing that I see that you haven't taken. I don't have any questions. I think that you've demonstrated verbally you understand what it takes to stay out and stay clean. Now, here's the thing, you're a 4th class offender. Have you learned it practically? Okay, you got it here, but do you have it when you get out there?
Ma'am, I really learned my lesson this time here. And at my age right now, I don't have no time for no error.
Well, don't we talk about age, because I got you about 20 years, okay? But you've got to understand that your ability to put into practice, have you had any write-ups since you've been in this time?
Ma'am, no write-ups.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair.
Mr. Prater, you said you had no questions?
questions.
Okay. So the panel is ready to vote, and I'm the first one that would vote. What, do you have anything else you want to say to us before we vote?
I appreciate y'all for giving me this opportunity today, man.
Okay. Well, you've done the best you can, and they need to let you get your pre-release and not work so much in jail. I mean, 'cause that takes precedence, because there's certain things you have to be able to accomplish, and if they got you on work details and stuff, so they need to back off of that until you get the things you need there. But that said, I'm impressed with your parents' sincerity and you know, the Steve Hoyle and everything. What you could get, it seems like you've done to try and better yourself under this circumstance. But you do have complete judicial and law enforcement opposition. You have that was 2022 that you were sentenced, and this is just 2025. So when were you actually put in jail for this?
May of 2022.
So you weren't put in jail until 2022 when you were sentenced? Is that right?
Yeah, that's ma'am.
All right, so you've been in jail this time around 3 years, is that correct?
3 years and like 6 months.
3.5 years then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you served 3.5 years of a 15-year sentence and you're a fourth class offender.
Yes,
So today, I cannot grant you parole based upon that and law enforcement and judicial opposition. And the serious nature of your crime, especially the distribution. So that's my vote today. I vote to deny based upon law enforcement and judicial opposition, lack of time served. Mr. Prater, how do you vote?
Concur with that. I think something as serious as selling or using heroin, which used to be a life sentence. And now to have served only roughly 3 years of a 15-year sentence on his fourth go-round is not appropriate. My vote is to encourage him, seemed like a nice fella, but to deny this request.
Okay. Ms. Ledoux, how do you feel?
My vote would be to grant today, conditional upon completion of the pre-release program with additional special conditions of elevated drug screening. So I think that your programming has been good and you've got a good plan for return. So.
Okay. Well, the outcome of today's vote is, Mr. Granger, that you've been denied. There's 2 denials, and you heard why. And of course, you heard Ms. Ledoux, but it takes a unanimous decision. So today, your parole has been denied, and we sign off at Rapides Parish Correctional at 12:24. Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September 24th, 2025. The time is 12:31. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as chairman of today's parole panel. My colleagues who are joining us by Zoom are on the panel are Jerry Ledoux and Steve Prater. And I am at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Is there any staff in there with you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Staff, will you introduce yourself, please, for the record?
Cheryl Cook,
Okay.
and I work in administrative.
Okay, Ms. Cook, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. McCarthy, for the record, will you give your name and DOC number, please?
Yes, ma'am. Joe McCarthy, the third, DOC number 339249.
Okay, at this time, Mr. McCarthy, I'm going to read from the master record your charges and everything. Okay, Joe McCarthy, you are located at Southwest Contract Transitional Work Program today. You are a third class offender. Your parole eligibility date is 12/6/25. Your adjusted good time is 6/11/26. And your full-time date is 3/6/2037. You have a total sentence of 15 years. And they are 5 years that are running concurrently on each other. Let me see here. Vehicular, first degree vehicular negligent homicide, vehicular, can't find where it's at, I'm sorry. Vehicular negligent injury.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we got three, here it is, I'm sorry. First degree vehicular negligent injury, 3 times, 5 years each, because they ran concurrent. Okay, is that all correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Today, your case is being handled by Ms. Ledoux. Ms. Ledoux, would you like to start the interview? Oh, she's on mute.
She's
on mute.
Here she is. We hear you now.
I'm gonna defer until we hear from support and opposition, if you don't mind, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Today we have in support Jacqueline Hollins, Chastity Martin, Helen Bradley. They're joining us by Zoom, so we will start with your supporters, sir. Ms. Hollins, can you join us? Can you speak?
Yes, ma'am.
She's not speaking?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. I'm speaking.
Okay. All right. Well, go ahead then.
Well, first I want to start off saying that I know my husband. I've known him for a long time. He has a heart of gold. He never do anything to hurt anyone. He'll do anything for anybody. If he make a mistake or wrong someone, he'll admit to it. He take accountability for what he do. And I feel that he done learned his lesson. Me and his kids, we ready for him to come home, for him to be a husband, be a father. And we need him, to make my life better, because me raising 5 kids all by myself since he been gone been so hard, but I've made it. I'm ready for my husband to come home, because like I say, I know his heart. He has a good heart. He never do anything to hurt anybody.
Okay, Ms. Hollins. All right, thank you very much. Now you have a cousin that's going to be watching you on Zoom, but she's not going to speak, okay? And that's Chastity Martin. Now we have Helen Bradley, your mother. She'd like to speak.
She's on the phone.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Helen Bradley.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to speak on behalf of my son, and I think that he should be able to come home because I think he did enough time for what he did because what he did was an accident. He are a kid, Lord. He got kids. So I think that he should come home.
Okay, were you able to hear that? Anybody? She's just saying that she thinks that you should come home, that you love your children, and that you're missed. Okay. That's that. Okay, in the room, I forgot to ask, Ms. Cook, is there anything you'd like to say before we begin the interview? I forgot to ask earlier.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to say that he has been perfect offender here, that he started working, I think is November of 2023. And he's been working ever since. He comes and goes. We have him in Honor Cottage. He's moved up because everybody likes him here. Other offenders, even they look up to him. He's very recognized as a very good person here. I have to say that.
Okay. All right. So will you please tell us at this time, in your words, what got you incarcerated and why you deserve an early release, sir?
Well, first of all, I got incarcerated. It was a normal typical day. I was working and I'm always doing something in my neighborhood with the kids. And I had a couple of my neighbor kids with me and we was headed north. Actually, we had work that day, just getting off, was headed to get something to eat, and a truck in a P pulled out in front of me and I hit him head on. My car hit him head on. But make a long story short, I wasn't charged. I didn't go to jail. They come 6 months later with charges that locked me up. And it was for, I don't know the charges that I had, but as you see right there, it was for a dirty urine. You know what I'm saying? And that's a dirty urine. My blood work was clean at the time of the wreck. I wasn't on anything. I didn't have any alcohol or anything with me, but it went by a dirty urine, and I was arrested for that. But besides that, you know, that's over me now, and I done moved forward. And the reason I should come home, like I say, I worked, I played, was the biggest part of my house. I always worked, always had a job, you know, and I drove for a living. And I pleaded guilty to a sentence for 5 years, suspend 3 and do 2. I missed a court date because I'm stuck because of bad water. I'm over the road trying to support my family. Called, I told them that I couldn't make it. I wasn't going to be there. So I gave them a date. 3 days later, I turned myself in on a Monday to thinking I'm finna come do 2-year sentence in 6 months. But they put me in a cell. And 2 months later, I goes back to court. They took my plea back and gave me 15 years, and I'm doing it. I done manned up to it, you know, even there. And from there, it's been up. You know, it's been a struggle, but I've been maintaining, you know what I'm saying? Started there from Franklin Parish to DCI, worked at headquarters for 7 months. I was the last of the men that worked there, you know, before they took over. I mean, I've been studying vibe, I've been schooling, I've been doing everything it is to keep my mind focused, you know. And the 3 main things is I know I learned people, places, and things, and that's what it get me by, and the grace of God, you know. So everything else is, you know, it's just how I go, you know. That's why I stand there. You know? And I'm here. Like I said, I sucked it up. I still have weary days and weary nights, but I don't fault nobody for what happened, because everything has happened for a reason. I mean, I might not was all the way. I feel that I was right then, but it's things I did before that, I got away with it. So, you know, you don't always get away with stuff no more. I mean, stuff, harm will come back. And those weren't the times now. I'm doing time. I haven't been in prison since 97. I stayed out 23 years. I never had a conviction in that city in Louisiana since 1990. You know, I mean, it was just
A criminal.
you know, this time has happened. I'm doing this for a reason. I think it was a purpose to show me more things that I can do. I can do better than what I was doing, you know, and I see that now. So that's where I stand at, you know, and the situation is, you know, all I know is do what I can do. You know, I don't have no, you know what I'm saying? I feel even though the people that was with me in the wreck, you know, it was kids, it was 3 juveniles, but we was all family, you know. Afterwards, we was family. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it hurted. It hurted me more that, you know what I'm saying? But it hurt them, it hurted me more to see me doing time and I couldn't be out there to help them, you know, guide them because I was a guidance in my neighborhood, you know. And that hurts me more than seeing my kids, you know, out of all my other kids. I have 10 kids. I had 7 boys, 7 girls, and 3 boys. And that was a goal in my life. And when my first family, after I got out of prison in 97, not to have my family members to worry to see me in prison, see my kids coming to see me in prison, you know, and I think I did fairly well with that, you know what I'm saying? Up until now, you know, in 2018, you know, I done missed 3 of my daughter's graduations, my babies, you know, and it's a lot of things that I can't get back, but you know, with the system, yeah, it got me time to sit back and realize, hey, man, this is what you're missing out on. This is, I mean, you know, you don't get away with anything, you know, you don't slide. I call it slide. I've been sliding for years and I was just now realizing I hurt a lot of people with some of my actions, things I've done, you know, and hey, I know I hurt them, you know what I'm saying? It hurt me, you know, but it hurt me more enough now to know that the people that love me, that had really their care is still there. The support I have is still there because like I say, I'm homeless, you know, the jail was like I mean, it was like, it's some place I thought I'd never be at, you know what I'm saying? But I done took it.
Let me ask you something. You talked about the juveniles in your car, the juveniles.
Yes, ma'am.
And how old were the juveniles? There was 3 of them. How old were they? I'm not gonna do an interview, but in the middle of all this, how old were those children?
I think the oldest was like 12, 11.
Okay. So they were all what, 12, 11, 10 years old, something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And none of them were in a seatbelt.
I think one of them was.
Okay, that's what I had read, that they weren't in seatbelts and that they were juveniles. Okay, so are we ready for me to turn it over to the other board member for an interview?
Do we have any opposition who would like to speak?
There's none here.
Okay.
No. Ms. Ledoux?
Yes. Mr. McCarthy, how long have you been incarcerated on this 15-year sentence?
Since 22, I think March 9th, I came to jail 22.
Well, that's 3 years, 3.5 years. You know, I often have the same conversation as you just talked about, that sometimes people say, well, I didn't do it. But then I'm looking at their history and I'm thinking, well, they did something that they got away with prior to being where they are, you know. I would like for you to tell me, what are the names of your victims?
What are the names of my victims?
Yeah.
The first name was Robert Campbell. He was one of them. And the other name was I just remember Robert Campbell. I know him. They're the same age as my kids, and they come around and play. The other two were.
Do you know what their conditions are today?
Yeah, I mean, we stayed across the street from each other, and after that, I mean, I always had some at my house, like a pool for the neighborhood kids, and they.
Yeah, but do you know their physical conditions today?
Well, as I left, their physical condition after I were mine and theirs, and it was fine, you know.
Yeah, well, one's knees are blown out, and the other one has so many scars on his face. His nickname is Scarface now.
Yeah,
and one still has a brain injury.
I didn't know that. Well, I mean, one was kind of, you know, The one they call Scarface, that was my neighbor. That's one of my cousins. That was his son. You know?
So what I've not heard, I mean, I've heard some very good things that you've said,
Mhm.
but what I've not heard is your understanding of what it did to those three people. I haven't heard
Yeah.
what it did to those three people.
It's just not those people. The three is their family, and it was because it hurted me more, man. When I was hurt in the hospital with them, I was there. I was checking on them. We was I was in pretty bad shape, and it hurt. It hurt them because the friend, one of the son, Robert Jr., me and his dad, like we like, you know what I'm saying? It hurt more because it's something that I couldn't avoid, but I would never put nobody through that because I got my kids and them the same age, you know, and I know, you know, I try to explain, but you know, I try to explain to the when it happened with the parents and they you know what their word was. It's kind of not explainable. That's something like, you know, yeah. I mean, I hurt because the situation I know, you know, that could scar them for life too, you know what I'm saying? And they're younger than me, put it like that.
Right.
I'm kind of up in the age, but they're young, you know, and that's gonna carry them. I mean,
Okay.
after.
I just wanted to point out that.
Yeah, that's the key thing. I'm sorry, man, but that's more that was first before anything. I mean, for me, you know, that was my main prerogative, the kids and their parents, you know, because I got kids and I know how I would feel, you know, and I would like to get out. It ain't like I didn't get a chance to talk to those kids or be with those kids anymore, you know, to see them, watch them go through what they went through. I was there, you know, through their therapy, you know, I was there, you know, through a lot of it, you know.
I'll defer to Mr. Prater's questioning at this time.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Joe, I'm reading what one of the parole officers wrote in the synopsis here, your summary. He said that you're 49 years old and you're serving 5 years hard labor on 3 counts of first-degree vehicular negligent injury, each count to run concurrently or consecutively. That means 15 years. And how many years have you served on that 15?
3.5 since 22.
You sound, I've enjoyed listening to you as far as, I think that you've been remorseful as far as, I picked that up the way you said it hurt you more than it hurt them. I mean, I know that wasn't literal, but I know what you meant by that. But I'm still having a problem with releasing you that much early with the criminal history that you had and all the chances that you've had to straighten up. And it's hard to believe that, I mean, it's hard to make myself believe that you're straight now and you're going to, you know, having only served 3.5 of 15.
Sir.
And so let me just read what you got: arrests for and convictions for aggravated battery, failure to appear, jumping bail, driving under suspension, possession of Schedule 1, possession of Schedule 2, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of alcohol in a motor vehicle, obstruction of justice, resisting arrest, interference with officers, careless operation, contempt of court, forgery, criminal trespass to land, ordinance violations, possession of controlled substance, numerous traffic violations, along with these instances, these 3 instances of criminal neglect. Yes, sir. Yeah, I see you want to say something. Let me just finish, and then I'll ask you a question. What was in your system? Go over that again when they did a blood test on you.
When I did a blood test, wasn't nothing in my system. They went by urine. It shows you right there.
Okay. Okay, I misstated that. I'm sorry. Tell me what was in your dirty urine then.
It was Man, it was narcos, all kinds of stuff that came up. I mean, it was stuff I never even did, never even heard of.
Well, man, it's
The
probably
blood
just
test was,
illegal.
the blood test was 100% at the time of the wreck. I didn't have nothing in my system. It shows that 100%, you know. I would have took this case to trial and all the other cases. I had been convicted of none of those cases that you just called, but I hadn't been to jail since 97. I haven't been convicted for drug paraphernalia. I had a problem with that, you know, so I was convicted of everything else. I wasn't convicted of none of that. It's just showing it right there. I never took time or probation for none of that stuff you just named out.
Well, how did that stuff get in urine? Simple question.
Huh?
How did that stuff get in your urine?
Well, to be a proud sir, yeah, I did have problems. I did prescription drugs, you know what I'm saying? And I got hooked to some prescription drugs that wasn't prescription drugs. They had all kinds of other stuff in it. It was, you know, but the time of the wreck, true enough, facts is yes, I have. That's why I got all these diplomas since I've been locked up. I've been different treatments, different classes, you know. For that.
I'm just I'm not meaning to argue with you.
No, sir.
Okay? I'm just trying to get in my mind whether we can trust you outside, whether you trust yourself outside, because you got a history of all these arrests. I mean,
yeah, but yeah, so here's those arrests, but you look at the years extended from 1997, 90. I caught my first felony in 90. Okay, that's number one. My second felony wasn't a felony, it was adjudicated preferred. That wasn't even in Louisiana, that was in Illinois for a drug paraphernalia. Okay, and the third is this right here, what I got now.
okay.
So I mean, for us, you can trust me. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel. I mean, if you spoke to anybody that in that area that know me, that I'm not. Drugs were one of my biggest problems once before in life. You know what I'm saying? And I've seen the consequences behind it. But I mean, for us trusting me, I mean, that kind of make me feel like, you know, I don't know. I mean, I'm trustful with myself. Out of 20 years, I go with not being in your guys' system and staying out of trouble. Even my parole officer, you know what I'm saying, that I had from Illinois was transferred. She promoted me. You know what I'm saying. I mean, I never gave them no problem. They wanted to come to my house. They came. They seen what was what. You know, I never gave no one no problem. You know.
Okay.
Be honest, I
Madam
hate.
Chairman, that's all I have.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'm on the same path with Mr. Prater here. First of all, you had a hard time even remember one of the children's name, and they're such good friends. I don't understand that in family. You named one, and there's two more you couldn't remember, and you really can't remember their age. So I don't even understand that. That seemed like that would be burned in your memory. And as far as you've picked up yourself and you're going on with your life, these children, when we read their injuries, and that's something, I mean, they're not dead, but things that they did and enjoyed and loved now, they're not capable of doing, probably won't be capable of doing the rest of their life, like playing ball, things like that. Or like, I mean, being called Scarface. I mean, my God, what does that do to a person? And they were just kids. So I don't understand. And one still suffers from a brain injury and walks with a limp. That's lifelong. There's no picking up yourself and going forward for these children, except to do the best they can. But they will always bear the scars of that day, that they trusted you. And like you say, you were a loved individual. So I've got to believe that you were taking them to McDonald's.
Yes.
Now, one of them says that they remember you drinking.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's in the report. One of them says that. And then they have surveillance video that shows you passing a vehicle number one, in the outside lane at a high rate of speed. Now, so there's proof of that also. So that was reckless driving at a high rate of speed. And then you had these three children, all, because you can't remember their ages, all under the age of 12, and you didn't say, okay, guys, buckle up for safety. You didn't do that. That was your job as an adult. And then, as far as the blood test and a urine test, it's not unusual for blood tests not to show up something in a urine, or sometimes some things show up in urine and not in blood. So it was a litany of things that did show up in your urine, in dirty urine, and it wasn't just a little, it was a lot. And so now you are an impaired driver, driving while under the influence. It may not have been alcohol, but yet one child saw you drinking alcohol. And then the officer had the smell of alcohol when they came around you. So those kinds of things. And one of the children had to be airlifted. I mean, for these little passengers in your back seat, they were in critical condition. And they're still living with the consequences. And then the financial consequences. The mother of one said it ruined her. I mean, the medical bills and probably taking off of work. Your child died at one point and then had to be brought back to life. The consequences are monumental. One was in the hospital for 2.5 months. I lost everything over this. Now, I hope they're listening. I hope these people are listening, because I don't know, and maybe they did, and probably they did. I hope somebody told them about crime victims' reparations for the state of Louisiana. It's for innocent victims of violent crime. And because you did test positive for being intoxicated, they would qualify for this. And that would help out for lost wages, the out-of-pocket medical expenses, anything these children are still going on now or had in the past, because this falls in. So if they're listening, please check with your sheriff's office and ask them about crime victims reparations if you've not been informed that exists, because that's up to $10,000. And if it's permanent and total, it's $25,000 to help out a victim. So I don't know. You have all law enforcement opposition. You have one of the juveniles' parents that is opposed. One is not opposed and one has no comment. And you know what? I really don't see the remorse for them. I've been hearing about you until you have to be specifically asked, and that you couldn't remember their names. Or
yeah, Swayzer. This man, excuse me. One of them was a Swayzer. I mean, they weren't like families in the black community, in the black neighborhood, like where I lived at. I mean, it was like, and everybody that know me, and I'm kind of hurt now. Simple fact is because I have to live with this, and it's not that I didn't have remorse for those kids, because I still deal with these kids, and I still worry about these kids, even though they're grown. I know the situation they're going. I felt that if I had been out there, I still could have did better, even though where it looked and where it seemed like I was there, but I was more like a father to a lot of those kids in that neighborhood. And after the wreck, I made sure, saying that they had stuff to get by with, and it's a lot that the system that people that don't know, that don't live there, that wasn't there. I understand everything, everything that was there, from day one when I caught this case. I understand that, but I have great remorse. I hurt every night. I think about it. Before I come here, I think about it, and I always checked up on those kids. It ain't like that. It happened and it didn't happen. Those kids still was at my house every day. After the wreck, after they got their cast off, I had pools in my backyard. They swarmed in the summer, They still play baseball. They still going on. We all still going.
One of them can't play baseball. Mother says that the knees are ruined and can barely walk. So one of them's not playing baseball. But let's move along, okay? Is the board prepared to vote?
Yes.
At this time, Ms. Ledoux, are you prepared to vote, ma'am? Oh, she's on mute. She doesn't know that. Wait, one second.
Mr. McCarthy, you have very good programming, and I'm glad to see that you're being productive where you are. And apparently your conduct has been exemplary. However, you've served a 3.5 years of a 15-year sentence, and you do have victim and law enforcement opposition. My vote today is to deny parole.
Okay, Mr. Prater?
Concur.
Okay, and I concur with Ms. Ledoux also. So today, sir, your request for parole has been denied. We will sign off at this location, Southwest Contract Transitional Work Program, and the time is 1:01.
All right, thank you guys. That's big.